was just waiting for the notification to go out, but if you're here, then it must have done so. So yeah. Getting real close to the end of the headlock here. So I think I'm going to take a minute, do a bit of a lap of Castle Royale, and pick up the remaining warp areas. I should probably also figure out where, or what is given as a reward for beating trainers around here. There's the notification that I was expecting. So the headlock is we're only using Pokemon with multiple heads/faces. So as soon as I get this tower warp point, I'll show you my current team. Ah, this is the guy. How many battles does it take to get the reward from you? 7 trainers, dang. Oh. I almost went up there without actually showing you. So, among other examples, we've got Farigiraf, which has one head swallowing another. Mimikyu, and yes, I do know that the upper head is fake, but I've never gotten to use Mimikyu in a run. So I went for it. Dracloak, because it carries that little Dreepy. Slowbro, because it's part Slowpoke, part Shelder. Phalanx, for obvious reasons. And Magnezone. It was a bit of a judgment call as to whether to allow Magnezone or whether I would have to keep it at Magneton. I decided to go for it. I didn't really think it mattered that much. And then you'd be correct in guessing that Scovillain is here if by here you mean in the graveyard. Because we unfortunately lost Scovillain during the 3rd gym battle, when Weather decided that it hated us. Which is sad. Yeah, our remaining living options are Tom and other than what's in our party, are Tom and Jerry and Showerhead. Yeah. And while Fuecoco's line technically could have been allowed because of the little bird on Skeleturge's nose, since I ran Fuecoco all the way through my first Scarlet Nuzlocke, I felt like shaking it up. No real reason other than that. Do I kind of regret it now? A little bit. A fire type would be very nice to have. We'll just make do with Slowpoke with Flamethrower. But yeah, at this point we've beaten all of the gyms and the Team Star bases. So what we have left is the final Titan, and then all of the endgame stuff. Ooh, that was a smooth one. I'm proud of that one. The Titan shouldn't be too much trouble because we do have didn't actually want to start a battle with them if I could avoid it. Oh, this, I remember. Dang it. You're doing a ghost run in Violet? I've thought of that a couple of times. It seems like it could be a really fun option. It's one of the few runs that I think could be really fun there. So, yeah, how's that going? Okay, we're gonna try this with our ride instead. Okay, I think that went a bit better. 4 Titans, 6 badges, and 3 bases. Nice. Do you have a Gengar? Hardest battle was Atticus. He who shall not be named. Not actually because he's been that difficult for me in either of my challenges, but just because I hate his character design. You haven't used your Gengar yet? Was that wild Gengar, or did you have to trade it to evolve? This upcoming Titan doesn't frighten me that much because, well, Bolt Phelps, the Slowbro. I hate Atticus's design and personality and basically everything about him. Give me any of the other Team Star bosses over him. Literally any. I think I was about 4 lines into his dialogue in my first playthrough when I just stopped reading what he said. I just refused. The title Sombra the Driven. Cool. Oh, and this is Sokarat Trail. This is where we can pick up most of the type resist berries. Might do a few loops here. This at some point tonight. This will give us some extra options into the Elite Four champion, which could be very helpful. Yeah. So yeah, Grass Knot on Slowbro should make the next Titan pretty manageable, since Dondozo is insanely heavy. And then I've got Fairy and Steel types for dealing with Titan Tatsuki. So I'm not super worried about that. But yeah, once we hit the Elite Four and Champion and all those things, hold up, we do not outspeed, and this thing's probably carrying Mega Heart. Spanish and Portuguese words related to ghosts and horror. Nice. just been doing a lot of double naming with my party members in this run. Honestly, it's not my favorite so far for nicknames. I just feel like I haven't been as clever as I have at times in the past. But I do still like them all. Yes, give me all the type resist berries. I'll take as many of them as you're gonna hand out. As much as I have ideas for monotype runs, I'm actually really enjoying some of the ideas I've got at present for like other weird runs, like this multi-headed run, or hopefully doing another height walk at some point soonish. Because I've wanted to do one of those on stream for ages now. Sad. There's a good chance that I could have done this run deathless, at least up to this point, had I realized that it was possible to get Scoville in before the first gym. But because I didn't, I managed to lose Diglett in the first gym, which eventually made the third gym harder and actually led to the death of Scoville. Talk about irony. Or maybe that's not an accurate use of irony. Phantasmic. Yeah. I mean, it works. One of the first trainers to use Miss Magius was Fantina, so... Gosh, this is considered Castle Royale Lake. Just this frozen area up here. It's a bit too far back for it to be considered Sokarat Trail, but it's a little bit too far down the mountain to be considered Glaciato. That's funny. So blue edge. Oh yeah, the suits of armor. Snagged a few good type resist berries, so that'll be helpful. Oh, those are actually the first gimme coins I've picked up this entire run. Haven't needed them, so I figured it would be best if I really tried not to get in the habit of grabbing them, since that would be a bunch of extra time for a resource that I can't actually use. Like draining the life out of someone. Yeah, I kinda guessed. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Well, I guess I should probably finish the lap around the lake. And grab this. doable, especially if you manage to get the early KO on one of her Pokemon for that nice attack boost. Crowd. I'm guessing Mimikyu put in some good work there. I'm assuming you have a Mimikyu. Easily one of the best ghost types in the game. And 3 Pokemon to beat her. Nice. She wasn't involved, huh? Is your Mimikyu Terra Ghost or Terra Fairy? So that's something that I've found when looking into monotype runs here, is that it's especially important to get at least a few Pokemon with a Terra type other than that of your monotype to really helps. Means you can terrestrialize without exacerbating existing weaknesses. Rule Edge, Houndstone, and Skeledirge. Nice. Yeah, I've never actually... I haven't used Houndstone yet. I briefly had Grievard. Bugterra. Does it have any bug-type moves? Other than Terra Blast, obviously? Yes, a little buggy puppy. I just got catapulted. Ever do something in game and wonder if there's like a speedrun applicable exploit with it? Like right there, we got stuck in a falling animation, and so when I spread my wings, I managed to just zip right out. And a Gyarados and a Floatzel with its family. No bug moves. I mean, Bug at least isn't the best type for coverage with ghosts offensively. But it probably comes in handy from time to time defensively. Like if you have to face a ground type. Yeah, I imagine that was actually probably really good into the Earth type. Looking into the battle with Rhyme, I think I might have considered using the 50 normal Terra Shards that you get from beating the normal type gym. And giving one of the Terra Pokemon a Terra type of normal. Because I've noticed that Rhyme actually has a lot of trouble dealing with normal types. Definitely one of her biggest issues. Just because they pretty easily wall her first pair of Pokemon. I do like having so many of the upgrades to movement at this stage of the game. The early game is definitely very slow. It's nice how much it speeds up as you progress. I just wish it started a bit faster and then ended either the same speed or a bit faster. I feel like that would be more fun for the gameplay aspects. Break. That could come in handy. Oh, bumped into a Tatsugiri. Yeah, no one's... I should probably lead with someone that a good bit faster. Yeah, why not? We'll lead with Dev and Cole. I'm pretty sure they're actually the fastest Pokemon on our team right now. Yeah, we've only got one more encounter in the run, and that's all the way in Area 0, so... we're going to need to figure out pretty intelligent strategies for taking on the Elite Four and Champion and all of those endgame battles. So otherwise, this could get real messy. I think part of the challenge in the late game here is that in the early game, most teams have at least a couple of most teams have at least a couple of shared weaknesses, since most of the required fights in this run are just gym battles. What was I saying? However, as the game progresses, that's true for fewer and fewer of them. Looks like you can only climb that with the climbing. As the game progresses to this stage of the game, most of them have pretty varied teams, which makes it a little bit harder to find one solution to the team. You start having to think more in terms of like the actual ebb and flow of the battle and different choices that you can make. there's a TM over here. That's nice. Reversal. I think I thought about having that on Sparta or the Phalanx at some point. So yeah. After this Titan, up next will be Clive, and then the Elite Four and Champion. And Penny, Arvin, Final Nimona, and Area 0. Solar. I don't think we have anyone that can learn it. Yeah, Leech Life would have been nice on Houndstone. C'est la vie. Anyway, I'm gonna take a second and check what we get for beating trainers in Castle Royal Lake. TM 142, which is Hydro Pump. We really don't need that, so I don't think we'll bother. I think we're just gonna go get our team together. Now that we've done a lap, gotten some materials and such, I think we'll just get our team together and get them all to the level. Yeah, it's 57 for this Titan, if I recall correctly. Yep, 57. We won't bother edging them close to the next level. Not really any point. Oh, that was more than I thought it would be. Okay, let's take a look at what we want to do going into this gym battle. And we do also have Tom and Jerry. You know, I really don't think that Sparta has much of a role into the water and dragon types coming up, so yeah, I think it's best if we switch Tom and Jerry in. Now let's look at movesets. So Tom and Jerry, I think, is pretty straightforward. We're gonna go ahead and reteach Bullet Seed for just raw damage. And Population Bomb for a stronger stab. We're gonna go ahead and give you rigged or loaded dice as well. It's mainly to support the Bullet Seed, but also just because it feels like that item was literally designed for Mousehold with Population Bomb. I wonder how it actually affects it. Does it check how many hits the roll, how many hits the Does it check how many times it's planning to hit, and then if it's 3 or lower, it rounds it up to 4, or does it crank the whole thing up? Does it shift the spread of the entire probability table? Be interesting to know. Chain Chomp, you get to hold a citrus berry. You have Cudchew, and that just seems right. You also get to relearn Thunderbolt. We go ahead and drop Psyshock for that. Mimi... Oh wait, you actually do have a very useful move into this thing. Hang on, I just had a bit of a funky idea. But I don't know if I can actually make use of it with this moveset. Yeah, probably not. I was thinking switch in, switch in on something that we're immune to, like a dragon move or body slam, and then use copycat, but whatever. Now for the important one. Time to learn Grass Knot. I suppose you can learn Dazzling Gleam or something as well. Nah. That should work all right for Bolton Phelps. During your fight against Rhyme, the AI doubled into your Cerule Edge, and you're like, how rude. I can't roll my R's anymore. I used to be semi-decent at it, but I've never had much use for the skill, and so I've kind of lost it. I think Thunder Wave is probably the best way to go on Magnezone. Devin Corney, you definitely should have Violite. I didn't have a Violite on Devin Corney for a little bit there, just for just for acrobatic strats against the fighting team. Bayonet. Yeah. Honestly, Bayonet, not Bayonet. It's like, that doesn't seem right. But yeah, the Bayonet is probably the biggest weakness in that team, since you can use it as setup bait by sending in something that is weak to dark moves. it will almost always go for Sucker Punch. I can't remember what its ghost type move is, but I think it might just have like Shadow Sneak or something, in which case Sucker Punch is a bit stronger. Yeah, I think it might be Shadow Sneak, Sucker Punch, and Icy Wind. I could be wrong there. I don't know, it's been like, what, 3 whole days since I did that battle? I don't know. But yeah, since this is mostly going to be a one-mon show for the first chunk of it. The only time North and South is likely to come out is against Titan Tatsugiri. And in case it wasn't clear, I've largely allowed Showerhead, who is our oldest living Pokemon, a peaceful retirement into the box. We'll see how that goes, if there are any good matchups for it into the remainder of the game, but I'd like to leave it there where it's nice and safe and alive. I think the main thing that I should still probably do is change up the moveset here. Point and substitute, we won't have a good opportunity to use it. We're Terra Dragon, right? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and teach Outrage, which we basically just got for this little guy, who is actually a girl. Yeah, Devin Corney is female. Alright, I think that's enough prep. We should be in a pretty good situation for taking these guys on. They're not actually all that threatening, mainly because we have team members to switch into everything they're carrying. I believe the Titan Tatsugiri is over here. Not over this way, I'm just exploring the island. I kind of want to talk to this guy, but I don't want to battle him. I just want a conversation. I want to know what he thinks about all of this sushi lying on the beach in blatant violation of health codes. So you swapped in Skeledirge and terrestrialized into a fire type, yeah. That makes a good bit of sense. You know, considering we tend to see Dondozo from in front, it's pretty easy to forget how long this thing is, because it's actually got a pretty long tail. Anyway. Probably should have led with Disable instead of Yawn. I would have shut down attempts to Body Slam. It doesn't really matter. This thing can barely do anything to me as long as I don't get crit and or full parried multiple times. There's no scenario where this doesn't work out. I do wonder if the Titan Pokemon's weight scales, because if so, that would make moves like Low Kick and Grass Knot much more effective. just gonna follow the Dondozo. Hey there. You miss me? I'm right here. I'm practically touching you. Nope, I'm blocking you. You can't get to the cave. Okay, that thing is really big, though. And then the tiny little Tatsugiri swims in there. I love the Titan Tatsugiri. Because it is massive for a Tatsugiri, which is just a tiny little Pokemon. But it's not a big Pokemon in its own right. Okay, let's disable whatever he uses first. He's probably going to go for Order Up. Either Order Up or Body Slam. Okay, yeah, that'll shut that one down. Yeah, it's a shrimp the size of a big fish. It's massive for a Tatsugiri. It's like 3.5 times its normal size. It's not big by any means, but it's much bigger than normal. Okay, yeah. The player's party will be healed and their Terra Orb restored after this battle. The Terra Orb doesn't matter, but the heal will save us the time of doing it in battle right now. Now, I do think this is one of the first Titan fights that I have in Terrasillonized. So we actually just have a really good answer into it. Excuse me. You didn't. You just beat up my mech. Okay, we're gonna disable whatever it uses first, which is probably going to be Dragon Pulse. Oh no, it's Taunt. You know what? That works for us too. Yes, it's a big scary Titan. I feel kind of bad that we actually were at an angle where we can't see it. I wish they adjusted the camera based on your Pokemon's height, because it is literally hidden behind Slowbro's head. So we disabled Taunt. And see if we can hit a Yawn. And let's notice that that was a resisted Muddy Water. This is why we don't want to keep Slowbro in this matchup. Because we do actually have very low special defense. Dragon Pulses would really mess us up. We're gonna bring in North and South. Use a nice slow volt, well, semi-slow volt switch to potentially pivot something else in safely. now it's going to be a nice slow vote switch. Not that it actually matters, because now that I think about it, it is about to fall asleep. But I do love Tut's and Geary. It's definitely... It's just so cute. Like, grand scheme of things, it's just adorable.
Smart move would be to bring in Mimi here, but I haven't gotten to use Tom and Jerry for much lately. Literal dragon sugar. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's see the animation. You know what, we'll terrastalize. Why not? We have never terrastalized these guys, I'm pretty sure. Terrastalize into population bomb. I've also never seen population bomb. And unfortunately, only one of us wears a hat. Stack up the whole family. Dang it, only 5 times? That means Arven's gonna get the finish. That's so disappointing. But look at our little sparkly family of knights. I love them. Oh, they're so happy! Did you see the little blushes? Sadly, I did not manage to land a 3-member mousehold. Oh my gosh, their shoes are just going to be so soppy and wet after that. Like, that would be so uncomfortable to walk around in. They're going to need to go into this cave and start a fire just to dry off. It's going to be a whole thing. I love how he sounds like he's made some massive discovery when he spots the Herba Mystica. Considering it is literally a massive glowing plant. Yeah, Arven's wearing boots, but I think they were even all the way underwater. I wonder if I can find any boots. The trouble is, I don't really know where the clothing shops are in this game. Clothing stores. Looks like there are a couple in Cascarafa. Cascarafa, Levincia, Mesagosa. Alright, we get to see the doggy recover. There you go. Swallow this down through your mechanical throat. Swallow this down through your mechanical throat. And let it gunk up your inner workings. You look terrified of the sandwich. You know, that's fair. Gotta be at least a little bit suspicious of Arven at this point. Like, what if he decides, okay, now that I've gotten everything I need, I'll poison this guy to keep the secret of the Herba Mystica? What if Arven was the twist villain? I don't think anything in this game could be a bigger twist.
good puppy, really. And then... oh wait, I've got movies turned off. It's probably skipping it. I could be wrong, but it might be skipping the cutscene. It skipped the Mabosstiff standing up cutscene. This is Pokemon. They can't kill off a dog. That would be so intensely messed up for what is legitimately a children's game. In a children's gaming franchise. You like how literally nothing is populated further? Like, the only point of population north of whatever this place is that I can't remember, the only point north of that in population is this one town up here. This region is so south-focused. It's so heavy on the south end. Remember when I chose to do this immediately after the Titan here, and I didn't think that it would be much higher in level cap, and then he's got Pokemon level like 61 to 63. Well, that's that done. Oh. I don't think I've even got that warp point in my other file. You know what? We are going to warp there. Actually, are we? Yes, we're going to warp there just to head over here, because I want to climb this thing. I can't remember if there's anything on top of it. It's a bit of a pity that other than getting the stakes to unlock all of those legendary Pokemon, there's really not much that you actually need the climbing ability for. Like, there are locations, but none of those locations really have much that's actually interesting. Other than the stakes. Any random shinies? No. Not in this run. I mean, for all I know, there have been some there, but I haven't spotted any. It's kind of whatever. I think I've said this before, but I've never been huge on shiny hunting. I just don't have the patience for it. I mean, this game almost broke me just trying to get citrus berries from what's-her-face up in Alphanata. So, you can imagine what the roulette of trying to get shinies to spawn would turn out like for me.
At some point, I should probably go ahead and catch all of the legendaries. In my main file, at least, but... you know. What will be, will be. So yeah. Up next. Okay, you had a thought as you were playing through the Mono Ghost run. Is it about the fact that all of your Pokemon have technically died? Making the Nuzlocke completely invalid since you're playing with a bunch of dead Pokemon? Okay, our next opponent is Director Clavel. I mean Clive. It's Clive. It's not Director Clavel. Okay, so you're thinking about how nuts it would be to find a random shiny, especially one that you could actually use. I have a guess as to where this is going. Also, why is it every time I click off my streaming screen, I go blurry? So we chose Fuecoco. Yeah. I have... he'll lead Oranguru. He has Houndoom, Amoonguss, and Quackavoll. That said, the scariest in that team is probably the Poltegeist. Quackavoll really isn't an issue for us as long as we have that's a shiny Mankey. Nice. Actually, let me see here. I'm curious what shiny Primate looks like. I have been looking at Mankey a bit lately because I think it would be fun to do this with only monkeys. I think that could be a neat approach to this whole thing. Two monkeys here. Shiny Mankey is green. Ooh. Shiny Annihilate is like a purplish bluish. That's pretty cool. Why does it have shackles on 3 arms, or on 3 limbs, but not the 4th? I guess it broke them while... yeah. I guess it broke them when it basically died from its own aggro. Oh, it wasn't even one that you could use because you had a Mankey already? Yeah. Or did you allow it? Because I could see that as well. To be fair, at one point when I was thinking about using... just swapped. Bisharp's evolved form, Kingambit. In my last run, I found a shiny, whatchamacallit, Ponyard. That's hats. Looking for boots. Well, that's backpacks. We might actually go for backpack. So I told myself that if I caught a valid Ponyard or Bisharp, then I could swap in the shiny one, but in the end, I wanted to go for other options.
Plus, I already had like multiple dark types and multiple steel types. Ooh. That's a nice backpack. I mean, they're all kind of blocky, but... Terra Whale. Oh, it's a Toddle. And that's Tatsugiri. This would be Scovillain. It is, right? Actually, I'm not sure if that is Scovillain. I'm just gonna take a second for a little shopping spree here. Out of all of those, I'm kind of... Actually, that works really well with my current look. I love how they have a separate store for every article of clothing. That is just socks. I'm pretty sure I don't even want socks. But I want to see if they have shoes as well. They don't. Works just fine, especially since I really would like to get some boots instead of shoes. Ooh. Engineer boots. Practically wellies. I'm gonna check the other shoe store in Paldea. Or the other shoe store here in Cascaraffa. I should probably also check and make sure that I haven't already bought shoes. Like other shoes. Okay, just the purple ones that I am wearing. Oh, and these guys have those boots as well, just not in fancy patterns. Give me a sec. I want to scroll in on Leventia. Just the fact that they look like they're made of rubber, I'd prefer something that looked like it was made of leather or fabric. Or I could just wear socks and sandals. Bringing it back, baby! flip-flops. How are you wearing those flip-flops? They are puncturing your socks. Yeah, no, I think out of all of these, if I go with some of these, it's probably going to be the black engineer boots. But I'm gonna check a couple of places over in Levincia first. You know, this is definitely what people come to Pokemon streams for. It's the fashion. Okay, that's backpacks and glasses. Looks like over here there's another rough and tough. So they might have some nice shoes. Nope, just a bunch of low-top sneakers, which I don't really need. Two more locations across the way here. But I'm not really expecting much. Yeah, so it's this. That's a restaurant. Is this just a backpack store? I hope that they only sell that literal one backpack that they have. That would be perfect here. Oh, no. They have shoes. Doesn't look like they've got. It doesn't look like they've got boots. Just low tops, performance sneakers, and loafers. Okay, one last place to check. I don't think I've ever been in this part of this town. This is just a soft place. I think the place next door to it. Oh wait, maybe it's called Fashion Street on this map here. Maybe it's literally everything along the street is fashion. This is another Zapaldea floor. This might have boots. Nope, just high top sneakers. Why couldn't they make slightly less shiny boots? That's all I'm asking. I mean, I get the appeal of shiny, but come on. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've seen all of the clothes that are for sale in Mesa Gosa, so... Let's head back over to Koskarafa and grab us some of those boots that were back there. I'm trying to remember who it was that did the big mono ground in like Pokemon Y or something and managed to get a shiny Nidoking in the process.
Wonder Boy live? Yeah. That sounds right. There we go. Looking a little bit more rugged now that we don't have like 5 inches of sock showing. I don't know, I've never liked pants that don't come all the way down to the ankle. It's just not as comfortable. You get a breeze. It's annoying. But yeah. That was cool how his first encounter with a bunch of Nidorino and Nidorina had a shiny in the batch. That's one nice thing about all of the horde encounters you can do in some challenges and in X and Y is that you can get some boosted odds on certain things, like hidden ability. You get the potential for hidden abilities. It's like a 20% chance, I think, for a Pokemon to have its hidden ability. I could be wrong. I'm vaguely remembering numbers from someone's testing that I read on the internet. Shinies, or even just scouting for a favorable ability and favorable, like, speed. Okay, so the reason that I came over here to the TM machine is we really need to start planning out our battle against Clive. And actually, before I do that, I want to run through my thoughts as they currently stand. So, first thing, Tom and Jerry will probably be our lead, simply because Taunt is really good into his Oranguru. Not only does it shut down Yawn and Reflect, but by shutting down Yawn... Wait, does Inner Focus block Taunt? I don't think it does. It does not. Okay. I had to be sure. It blocks Flinches and Intimidate. But yeah. By shutting down Yawn, it also prevents Dream Eater, which means this thing's only move becomes foul play. At that point, we can easily U-turn to bring in something else that would do well against it. Potentially using it for setup bait, but I can't quite assure that. Now, there are other issues further back in the team. For example, Obama Snow with Aurora Veil, and probably the most frightening thing on his team, Poltegeist. And I think a lot of our challenge here is going to be surrounding... Hold up, I'm also going to... Yeah, I am just going to drop Population Bomb at the moment for Tidy Up. I genuinely think we need it. We might go ahead and change Tom and Jerry's nature to Jolly. Yeah, I'm gonna do that while I think. Because he actually has a lot of potential setup moves. Mainly, okay, he's only got a couple, but Reflect and Aurora Veil are both pretty frightening. I don't want to be left without a way of dealing with those. So I think a big thing here will be finding ways to pivot in the right Pokemon at the right time and determining who we're going to bait That shell-smashing Poltegeist frightens me. Though actually, as long as we manage to get in... Ooh, wait. Okay, it's only got Shadow Ball and Sucker Punch. Hold up, big brain move here. That Poltegeist is actually really easy for Chain Chomp to set up against. We're immune to Shadow Ball, we can easily stall out Sucker Punch, and Will-O-Wisp really doesn't cause us any problems. Okay, new thought process. What is the best way we can come up with to get that Poltegeist in as soon as possible? I would say Slowbro, but unfortunately several of his Pokemon can hit that thing super effectively. Which makes it a bit of a luck-based issue whether we can get it in. Crank up speed on Tom and Jerry. Definitely gonna be our fastest Pokemon now, but only just a hair faster than Devin Corney. But yeah, Chain Chomp can easily set up on Poltegeist. Once it does that, it can sweep through the rest of the team as long as it has cover. As long as it has at least 2 types of coverage. That's basically it. I think our best bet for getting that Poltegeist in quickly so that we can set up for free is actually pretty straightforward. Let's see, hold up. And you know, it did just occur to me that we're at a level where now Dev and Corny can evolve, so I might want to do that before I start making plans. Okay, so let's talk this through. If we lead Tom and Jerry, we can get off a fast taunt against Oranguru, shutting down any move it might attempt other than Foul Play. Once it uses Foul Play, we can bring in Sparta, who should easily be able to deal with it using First Impression, especially after the damage that it's going to take from Tom and Jerry U-turning out. First Impression, and then maybe if we back that up with X-Scissor, but I don't really think that's necessary, because Taunt lasts for 3 turns. So turn 1, we hit it. Turn 2, we U-turn. Turn 3, First Impression. Anything past that and it's no longer taunted. Yeah. So we definitely don't want to try for any setup or anything. The only thing that we could do there is teach it maybe X-Scissor for... oh wow, First Impression is stronger than X-Scissor? I didn't realize. Yeah, we can teach it X-Scissor for increased coverage. We can hit it with a Brick Break for neutral damage. What's Oranguru's physical defense like? I can't actually recall. Let's see here. Base stats. Only 80 on 90 hit points. Yeah, I think that should be pretty doable. Our first time around. And yeah, at that point, I believe he'll always save Quackaval for last. Which means he doesn't have any super effective coverage against us, so he's either going to switch in Poltegeist or a Moongus. But yeah, I think U-turn into first impression should pretty easily take out the Oranguru while getting Sparta in safely. Now, Chain Chomp, we're definitely giving... Oh, do we want leftovers to directly counteract the Will-O-Wisp chip, or do we want an item... Do we want a Lumberry in case we have to switch in against a Moongus, potentially taking a Spore or a Toxic? Can't remember. Which defensive stat is a Moongus's weaker one? Physical defense. Okay. So let's think through options here. Wait, I've got an idea, and it's to go and buy an item that we have never used in this run, and that I don't think I've ever actually used, period. So I think this just brought the whole plan together. Luckily, I know that it's available at this Delibird Gifts. I should probably check the other Delibird Gifts just to be sure I know exactly what's available. But Safety Goggles protects me from powders and spores. If I get a pair, then I can give them to something to make it immune to a Moongus's spore attack. Which means if I go ahead and give it to North and South, I become immune to both status moves, since its other move is toxic, and all it can do is Giga Drain and resist a Giga Drain and unboosted non-stab Hex. That works. It also frees up some leftovers in case we want to use them on Poltegeist. But this is especially useful because if we send in North and South against a Moongus, if a Moongus comes out, we send in North and South, at that point, I'm double checking a bit of math here. Burn. Deals 1/16, like I thought, and that's the same as leftovers. It used to deal 1/8. Fun fact, if you're newer to Pokemon or don't know. It used to deal twice as much damage, the same amount as poison. They did this to indirectly buff poison, since burn also has the secondary effect of cutting attack, making it strictly better in most situations. So, let's talk moveset real quick. Chain Chomp can easily set up with a Leftovers equip. Chain Chomp can easily set up against Poltegeist. It literally can't touch us. And I don't think the AI has the brains to swap. In which case, as soon as Poltegeist comes in, we can send in Chain Chomp, start setting up, wait until it's wasted all of its Sucker Punch PP, and then it might swap at that point, actually. It is, I think, possible for the AI to swap then. But by then, we should have at least 4 turns of setup, which means 2 agilities, 2 nasty plots. Yes, I realize 2 agilities might be a bit excessive, but playing on the safe side. And if we pair that with stored power, then we will still need Hyper Voice to deal with Houndoom. But Stab Hyper Voice at +4 is probably enough to deal with what is genuinely a pretty frail doggo. Yeah. I think this should be a pretty sound plan. Anyway, the reason I'm excited for this is if we send in North and South against a Moongus, we can wear it down and then Volt Switch out on the killing blow. Potentially terastallizing if we need that extra bit of oomph. And since it okay, let's talk about Mimi real quick. Beyond that point. We're gonna go ahead and drop drop Play Rough for Shadow Claw. Actually, we're going to drop that again for Phantom Force. None of his Pokemon are running setup moves other than Poltegeist, and we one-shot Poltegeist for sure, regardless. In an emergency, we can use Mimi to set up Trick Room or something else. Use a TM to learn a move. What about Misty Terrain? We've got a few options here, but what about Misty Terrain? Or tricking like Choice Scarf onto something. That could also have some potential. This guy's team is pretty heavily specially oriented, with only a few bits and bobs of physical coverage outside of his platform. I'm gonna go and double check the Delibird gifts back in Mesagosa, see if they've added anything. Delibird presents, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're called Delibird presents, not Delibird gifts. I don't know, people. There's a lot to keep in mind about Pokemon games, and I'm just not necessarily prepared to keep all of it in my head. Okay. I remember if the Delibird gifts have different stock. I don't think they do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I already bought a choice scarf, but I can't remember where I bought the choice scarf. Let's... back over to Kostaroth real quick. There's so much in this game that I have no idea if I'm pronouncing right. Especially since they tried to go heavy on like the Spanish influence in this area, since it's meant to be based on Spain. We could always get, hang on. We're implementing a contingency plan. We could always get a spare normal gem. Or a spare, or leftovers. Why do I keep looking at the wrong thing? But yeah, we could always get a spare leftovers. Have 3 of them. That does seem a tad excessive, though. Yeah, I don't think we'll bother with that. But that mirror herb will make for a nice contingency plan. So with the mirror herb, I actually think I now know what I want to give Mimi. Use a TM to learn move. Mimi gets access to various fighting coverage. See, the way I see it, if things go right against Poltegeist, we should have no real trouble. But if things go poorly, we want a contingency plan. If we give Mimi a mirror herb, and then she can be our contingency plan, we can switch her in against Poltegeist. Or even against Quackaball if things go badly at that stage. So that would allow us to pick up a bunch of extra... You know what, Mimi? I changed my mind on Drain Punch, though. You are actually going to be the first Pokemon that I ever teach Terra Blast to. Because Terastallizing will give you access to Fairy-type Terra Blast. yeah, Mimi makes for a good contingency plan with that mirror herb. Yeah, I think we've got our bases covered with that. Like, there are a few backups we can incorporate. Go ahead and teach you Surf. And Flamethrower. And Psychic or Grass Knot. There's a reason I'm teaching all of these. It's for potentially having to deal with Quackaball in the back. Psychic. Carrying safety goggles. What moves can you remember? So we actually want a pretty solid range of damage. Tri-attack without stab should be just over half the damage of stab flash cannon. That should work. There's no situation where Sparta gets to set up here, so let's go ahead and teach. Don't you learn X Scissor? Could have sworn you did. Nope, I was wrong. Alright, we should hypothetically have at least one chance of that. Give you a wide lens. Mimi's not using it right now. For those who don't know, it is canon that Mimi generally wears a monocle. Alright, we are going to zip on over to Mesagosa. And I am going to level up the team, but I think this is a good team to take into this. I think we've got our bases covered. Yeah, Dev and Corny is in the box, but not the best option into this particular team, sadly. Just because The grass types have ice and ghost moves respectively. The fire type has dark coverage. The water type has ice coverage. Like, we just couldn't get in safely. Oh, and the ghost has a boosting move that's much more aggressive than Dragon Dance. Okay, they've all got appropriate items. Oh, Tom and Jerry. I'm gonna go ahead and change your held item. Give you a citrus berry. That should keep you functional in case you actually have to take damage, which I hope to avoid. Alright, let's... Ooh, there's a ladder over here? That's true, I haven't gone on the rooftops of Mesagosa in this playthrough. Or a few of the other towns, come to think of it. I don't even need the ladder anymore. This is actually slower than the alternative since Miraidon can climb now. It's such a weird falling animation. Maybe Miraidon can't climb on buildings. Maybe that's the one weakness of legendary Pokémon. Maybe there aren't buildings in Miraidon's time. Okay, let's get leveling up. We'll save real quick as well. And I think we're only going to level to 60, just because we are playing a bit tight with the level cap in the next little bit. Since Clive and the Elite Four have the same level cap. No pain split for right now. think this is a pretty solid team to take into this match. I think we've got all our bases covered. Even if things go badly, we have at least some contingencies for most situations. But it should go, assuming I understand Pokemon AI even remotely well, then this should all work out. And I guess considering we're past the early game, I can probably go ahead and turn off skip cutscenes. Which is very hit and miss, by the way, on which cutscenes it skips. Sorry, it's just, I feel like the in-game volume is a bit off. They're a bit too loud. Hold up, what if... Are there actually settings for that in-game? I've never actually looked into it. Oh yeah, no wonder. Alright, Clive, I see you there, and I know you're about to challenge me. Let's do this. Alright, Clive, you can admit it. I know you're Cassiopeia. Clive? You're revealing your true identity. You are Cassiopeia. Wait. What? How could this... No! Wait.
No. It's not true. That's impossible!
No. Everything says that Clive is Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia is Penny. Therefore, Clive is Penny. How? Okay, so anyway. I realized that I'm not a good actor, but I thought of doing that earlier today, and I was just like, yeah, kinda have to. Away. That's impossible. I love how it isn't even nighttime here, since in my first playthrough I thought I was meeting Cassiopeia out in front of the academy, so I showed up at nighttime, and I thought this event was time specific as well. Alright. First things first, taunt. That should shut down its attempted setup moves, or status moves. Yep, can't use Reflect, can't use Yawn. Then will you turn out again? The only move it's currently capable of using is Foul Play. Easy for Sparta to switch in on. Though we do have to take some damage based on our attack stat, which is pretty high. First impression finishes off a Rain Guru. And now to
to see if my guess that Abomasnow? Here's the thing. Brick Break breaks through Aurora Veil. He's really determined to get his screens up. Okay, we've gotten that out of the way. Now he should either bring in... What the crap are you doing, Clive? Hang on. This is completely not going to plan. The best move it has is Fire Blast. I don't understand what he's doing here. Is Fire Blast really the best move on his team against me? Like, anyway, that was just for pivoting purposes, because we definitely don't want to stay in and eat a Dark Pulse. Okay. Big brain move. About to take a Dark Pulse. Hopefully... Okay, we do survive. Really, we've got to risk a crit here. Encore. We need to lock him into Dark Pulse is the thing. Okay. And this will once again bait Poltegeist. Since we're bringing in Sparta to finish off. It shouldn't go for Thunderfang though, because it's just much lower power. Comes off a weaker stat. And see, the reason I wanted to make sure that we were in here is because that it was locked is because we don't outspeed. Oh crap. That was a crit. Hang on, I want to do some quick calcs because that did 90 damage. Critical hit Fire Blast. Fire Blast is 110 base power in this game. The 50% boost to that, we're at 165 base power before stat, which Dark Pulse also has. So that is slightly less damage than Dark Pulse would do. Okay. Don't risk a crit here, but all we're going to do is U-turn out. Did it just use Fire Blast?
Alright, time to pray for luck. We should outspeed with Mimi. It's a bit faster base stat wise than Houndoom, and it naturally carries strong it has a speed boosting nature. I'm just gonna go for Terra Blast Fairy. Houndoom is not as bulky as I usually think it is, and we could potentially take a hit, especially since Mimi's better defensive stat is special defense. That said, if we don't KO and Fire Blast crits, we probably lose. Not good. Okay. Clive, I hate you so much. So much. Okay, finally you bring in the one Pokemon that you should have brought in like 10 minutes ago. Chain Chomp, you're up. Chain Chomp is completely immune to its moveset outside of Sucker Punch, and recovers as much HP from leftovers as it'll lose to Will-O-Wisp. Guess what, Clive? You have just lost the match. Screw you. Agility 1. Oh, and he missed a Will-O-Wisp. That's helpful. Agility 2. And I think I might outspeed after 2 agilities, which might bait it into going for Shell Smash again. Now the important thing is keep track of Sucker Punches. So we switched in on a Shell Smash, it used 2 Will-O-Wisps to get us burned. Nasty Plot. 1 Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch. Three Sucker Punch. Yes, it does learn Nasty Plot naturally. 4 Sucker Punch. 4 Sucker Punch. See, the one thing that I can't afford to make the mistake of doing here is is attack before he runs out of Sucker Punches. So I'll just throw out an extra Nasty Plot for a spare suck to bait it. And because this just doesn't seem to be my day, I'm even going to throw out another extra agility, just to be sure. Going for Shell Smash because I outspeed and it no longer has a priority move to hit me with. Yeah, naturally learns Nasty Plot. It's nice. I probably could have gone with the All Mind route, but I didn't think it was really that much to worry about, since a +4 stored power based on like a total of +8 stat boosts should pretty easily wipe out everything. Go ahead and send out your Amoongus. You have already lost this battle. You annoying doofus. I'm sorry, it's just this AI is really messing with me hard today. And I don't appreciate it. Oh, no, don't switch. Among other things, it's against my rule set. I probably shouldn't have even... I probably shouldn't have even leveled my Pokemon up as far as I did. They are... Some of them, at least, are probably going to hit the level cap. All of them were in against at least a couple of Pokemon. Except for... I feel like there's at least one member of the team that didn't come in against anything. I could be wrong. Wait, did I? I never brought North and South. Okay, 2 of my Pokemon hit level 61. Screw you. Screw you. Okay, we made it through Clive without any deaths. Now back to the Paldea League. To look at our opponents. Clavel's got a decent set of hips. They might be replacements. I mean, he is getting on there. Okay. Let's talk Elite Four. We definitely can't do any leveling before then, because we're already playing it a bit close with the level cap as it is. Except for with our lovely little dragon type. That one will be getting some XP. Okay. All things considered, Chain Chomp might get pulled from the party for... We need to decide who gets pulled to balance out the experience.
So who has the worst matchup into ground types? It's definitely North and South. We could also potentially bring Showerhead onto the team as a bit of an experience sink if we think we can afford to. And we can heal, because I really don't want to not do that. With that said, I get what you mean about Clavel having a decent set of hips. Like, the guy does a lot of walking for one thing. Okay. We'll go and deal with this conversation while I think. Because we definitely don't have to enter the Pokemon League immediately, and if we're really desperate, we can always fail the initial exam at the front desk. So, looking at what's coming up in the first Elite Four battle, and we'll want to plan out all of these more or less before we actually go in. First Elite Four is ground type. Rika has a Whiskash, meaning she's got a Whiskash and a Clodsire, so she's got her water type weakness relatively covered. She's got a Camerupt, which helps cover the grass type weakness. So I don't think we'll be able to deal with this all with one Pokemon. With that said, I think we will be able to deal with this without too much fuss. Especially, actually, if we lead Tom and Jerry in with loaded dice and Bullet Seed in the moveset. That should be enough to soundly one-shot the Whiskash in front. The main issues that I'm seeing here are that we don't have a great option to set up against. Like, I really don't think it's going to be practical. Actually, you know what? There is one Pokemon that I can see us having a pretty solid time setting up against with Bolton Phelps. I think we could do a pretty good job setting up into Donphan. But it would probably require a mix of Calm Mind and Iron Defense to get our best results. Just because I don't want to have to deal with Earthquake or Stone Edge crits. Said our defense is pretty high. We might actually go ahead and trade. Might trade our modest nature for a bold one. Minus attack plus defense. That could give us a better matchup and better setup opportunities. Camerupt shouldn't be too much trouble as long as we can bring it out against something that can easily,
or that can safely pivot into Bolt Phelps. Or Showerhead. I think Showerhead is actually a smart play here. If we can find a way to bring it in safely. Luckily, Camerup's strongest move, assuming they're all neutral, is Fire Blast. Okay, real quick, we're gonna do some quick leveling. Devin Corning, give me that Violite. Throat chop. No, not for now. Okay, we'll evolve Devin Corny. I've never actually gotten to use Dragapult, so I'm pretty excited for this one. Because I do genuinely like the design of this line, even if it's kind of weird / dumb. We get Dragon Darts. Yes, finally. Drop Outrage. Screw that. Okay. Let's talk about items for Showerhead. Because the one real big challenge here... Oh, and let's talk about nature. We're going to warp to Mesagosa real quick. The one big challenge here is that if we bring in Showerhead as our Camerupt counter because it outspeeds, we will want to... We'll probably wind up switching it in on an attack. Since all of Camerupt's attacks are special, I think Assault Vest should help stabilize this whole thing. There is also a chance that we could use it against Doug Trio. So we'll want to keep a plus speed nature on there. Showerhead, can you learn Earthquake? learn Earthquake? That's disappointing. Let's check how fast it... Our second fastest Pokemon on the team is Tom and Jerry with a speed of 163. Our fastest Pokemon... Oh wait, no. Devin Corney is the second fastest at 167, which is actually about to go up when we use that Jolly Mint. Or... Showerhead is the second fastest. With the Jolly Mint, Showerhead has a speed stat of 183. That is the second fastest on the team, but it's pretty far behind the fastest. Oh, Devin Corney. Anything useful that I haven't thought of? Oh, you can learn Dragon Claw? I really didn't think you could. Ah well, Dragon Darts is a better move. Yeah, sadly most of this thing's best, most of this thing's best attacks are, like, best coverage is special. It's pretty limited when it comes to physical moves. Which is a pity, since its physical attack is a good bit higher than its special. Bolton Felt, you also get a mint. Because I do want that bold nature. That gives us a nice bulk advantage against a lot of the physical attackers in this league. Now, Showerhead, with all of that, and an Assault Vest, which... Okay, real quick, look at that item. It's got the pockets in the front and all that. It's got the 2 shoulder pads, neck slot, and 2 arm slots. Picture that on Wugtrio, with the middle head coming out the neck and the side heads coming out the arms. Oh, I love that. Devin Corney, you can have a citrus berry. In fact, we should probably... Nah, we won't worry about setting their movesets to a more neutral thing for a little bit. Okay. I think this should be pretty straightforward. Lead Tom and Jerry... Okay, first battle, pretty straightforward. Lead Tom and Jerry to knock out the Whiscash with 4 or 5 hit Bullet Seed. That bit, not too complicated. You don't even need Taunt on that moveset. Whatever comes out next will determine our next move. I think Tom and Jerry has a pretty good chance of outspeeding the Diglett for a second if the Diglett comes out after that. But I'm guessing what'll come out at that point is either Camerupt or Donphan. If it's Donphan, then it becomes a little bit on the hard side. Yeah, we wind up a little bit on the difficult side. I think this might actually be a body press setup. Body press and Trick Room. Yeah, if we run body press or iron defense, body press, and Trick Room, we should easily be able to outspeed and one-shot everything that's in the back once we get set up. The trick will be setting up safely against Donphan. Ideally, we might want to bring in Mimi at that point to get off a Will-O-Wisp. Getting Mimi in safely will be tricky, but I think we can pull it off. So yeah, if it's Doug Trio that comes in second, between our plus speed nature and reasonable investment... Oh, hang on. Yeah, we've got pretty reasonable investment in there. We actually got pretty good investment in to the majority of our team. I was a little bit worried about our EVs for a lot of this since I've been doing so much leveling with candies. But it looks like we're doing alright, especially since our two most recent Pokemon seem to have a good supply of EVs, though that attack investment is a bit lacking. Since Mimi has been used to take out a lot of special attackers. Okay. Yeah, but between all that, I'd say there's a pretty solid chance that... You know what? Hold up. What's the base power of Muddy Water? 90 with 85% accuracy. Odds are Whiscash will be going... Oh wait, but Earth Power is also 90. I thought Earth Power was only 80. We might go with setting up... We might set up a single Tidy Up turn 1. And assuming we don't get hit with an accuracy drop, then we could get through. But do we want to do that? How much defense does Whiscash have? I need to check its bulk. .110 base speed, 73 special defense. That is a bit on the bulky side, and we're not on the strong damaging side. I think our best bet here is actually to set up Tidy Up turn 1. And then start firing off Bullet Seeds. That should get us through Whiscash pretty safely. And guarantee that we outspeed Diglett. The thing is, Diglett has a way lower attack stat than Camerup's special attack or Donphan's physical. The odds of Diglett coming out second are pretty low. Because both Fire Blast from Camerup and Earthquake from Donphan should outdamage everything that Dugtrio is carrying. I don't think we'll go with the Tidy Up plan. I think we'll just fire off Bullet Seed, and there's a chance that it's a 2-hit instead of a 1-shot if the Whiscash has enough bulk, but I don't think it should. And then we'll trust to the fact that Dugtrio has relatively low attack to help us survive if it does come out next. I appreciate that Tom and Jerry is leading our team into the Elite Four. Okay, but with that, I think we have the resources that we need to keep everyone alive until Donphan comes out. At which point we go into Bolt Phelps, start setting up iron defenses and being very careful to keep healthy with Slack Off. And then setting up Trick Room for the finish. If we have a chance, we'll try and get Mimi in against Donphan before we do all of that to nerf it with a Will-O-Wisp. Because that gives us some crit protection. Okay, that team should be fine into... That team should be fine into Rika. But we need to make sure we have the resources for the other 3. Now, Poppy, I'm actually not super worried about. Yeah. Honestly, I think if we lead... I think this is actually very straightforward. We lead Mimi into Copperaja, burn it, bring in Bolt Phelps, and set up either an Iron Dance, Iron Defense. Set up either an Iron Defense boost paired with... Well, let me actually show y'all what I'm seeing. I keep forgetting to do this. There. That'll work for the moment. So this is Poppy's team. If we burn Copperaja, it should be really, really easy to set up several iron defenses against it, and then plow through the remainder of the team with a combination of... See, now that is the trick. Trick Room will not last long enough to break through all of the team. Which means we either need to find an opportunity somewhere in the middle to set it up again against either Corvic Knight or Bronzong, both of which should potentially be doable, especially Bronzong. Or we have to take it with Tinkaton. But I think if we stall a little bit against Bronzong, we should actually be able to set it up a second time. I don't think that's an issue. The other option would have been Calm Minding into Flamethrower, but I think since this team is almost entirely physical attackers, Iron Defense, especially since we're setting up against a physical attacker, Iron Defense makes it easier. Yeah, I really don't think there's an issue with Poppy. I think Poppy should be pretty easy. Let's take a look at Larry. In our champion fight, this guy actually frightens me, because we have one really solid answer into into flying types, and that's it. Our entire answer into flying types is north and south. Other than that, we're pretty limited. And while I feel like it's possible to get into a pretty good situation here, we would still have to deal with Oricorio. That said, okay, a bit of a weird strategy, but I am trying to keep this at least a little bit interesting rather than just always looking for the clear setup opportunity. Okay. If we lead Acrobatics, Dev, and Corny into Tropius, we should be able to get a pretty solid one-shot off there. That will bait in either Oricorio or Altaria. Neither one should be fine. We'll just be baiting an Ice-type move that we can then bring North and South in on. Or Bolton Phelps. Either one of those could work. Against Oricorio, our best bet is probably North and South. Yeah, against Oricorio, I think our best bet is North and South. Against Altaria, our best bet would probably be Calm Mind, Trick Room, and Ice Beam on Bolton Phelps. We might take a few spare mints for changing natures into the Elite Four fight. His two Pokemon in the back are definitely the most dangerous, but I also think they're less likely to come out, except now that I'm looking at it, Staraptor does have Thief. Yeah, I think our biggest issue is going to be making sure to bring in North and South safely against Staraptor, and I think we'll want a Choice Scarf on him. North and South has enough damage to put down Staraptor pretty easily, but we need to bring it in safely. Oh, wait. If he brings in North and South... Oh, except... Okay. Hang on. Big brain here. If he brings in North and South against Devin Corney, then he's either going for Brave Bird, which has a bit higher base power actually, or Thief. Either one of those, North and South can switch in on, especially because if he goes for Thief, he'll steal our Choice Scarf. I don't know if he gets Choice Locked that turn or the next, but either way we can switch to Mimi to scout what it's using. If it's using Thief, then we can bring in any of several things for a quick setup and probably a sweep. Or if it's going for... If it doesn't get choice locked into Thief, it'll instead go for close combat against North and South, meaning Mimi will come in free and it'll wind up choice locked into close combat. That's actually a really fun strategy. Staraptor is his most dangerous Pokemon, apart from maybe Flamigo. And we can use that to our advantage. The main thing I think we need to be aware of with Flamigo, assuming we're trying to pivot around and stuff, is that Scrappy is on that thing, meaning close combat will hit our ghost types. So Mimi would be resistant since she's part fairy. Devin Corney would be neutral. Yeah. Okay, but I think we actually have what we need to deal with that as long as we get a good nature. As long as we bring like a spare nature, we might want to plus special defense nature mint for Bolt and Phelps. Let me double check what mints we actually have. Because we've got a couple just lying around. So Impish, plus defense minus special attack, we don't need that. Plus special attack minus special defense. We really don't need either of those. Both of those are pretty garbage for... The first one might come in handy on at some point, but probably not. Okay, last one is Hassel. Let's go and get that mint while... I'll go and get that mint while we're looking at Hassel. So... The lead is Noivern with a predominantly special moveset. So that right there is already a bit tricky. Real quick, let's grab a mint. Want plus special defense. Calm mint, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I think against Noivern, our best bet here might just be going straight in with Choice Scarf Mimi and Terastallizing. That might actually be our best option here. The only problem is Dragalge. But I think we can safely deal with Dragalge if we equip a choice or an assault vest to North and South. At which point you're not carrying any ground coverage on your dragon team? Are you insane? Okay, yeah, this guy is just straight up crazy. Either way, that should bait in Haxorus, which will probably go for Crunch. So we can pivot through Sparta, which will bait Dragon Claw, into Mimi, who can once again begin the massacre. And Mimi literally isn't threatened by anything on this team other than Dragalge. Could probably even muscle through Dragalge, but I think if we handle this intelligently, we can break through this team without... We can break through to Excalibur with our disguise intact. I think if we're smart about this, we can do that. Yeah, Choice Scarf Mimi really trivializes this. So at that point, the only person left to consider is Gita. And she's already starting with a tricky one. Opportunist Espathra. Espathra, whatever you say, however you say it. Tweety. Opportunist Tweety is pretty tricky. Okay, this might be a bit of a dumb thought. Oh, wait. No, if we run Covert Cloak or Clear Gem on North and South, we can at least deal with the Espathra. It really just depends on what winds up coming out after. Since we would be finishing with Espathra and Glamora is always saved for last, Avalugg is the most likely choice since it's packing ground coverage. Strong ground coverage at that. We should easily be able to outspeed that and Volt Switch into the clear. We want something carrying an air balloon at that point. To be safe from the ground coverage, because we actually really struggle with ground coverage. I think Air Balloon Sparta should handle Avalugg pretty soundly. Could potentially set up against it. Yeah, it depends on how much damage we're taking there. If it sets up and finishes it off with Trailblaze, we could have enough boosts to outspeed and finish and one-shot the rest of the team. So that's got potential right there. Especially since the only Pokemon in the back that's resistant to fighting moves is vulnerable to grass. And King Gambit shouldn't come in until pretty late game, because she knows when Kowtow Cleave is powered up. Now, assuming that doesn't play out and we wind up needing some extra alternatives, we could carry Flamethrower on Bolt Phelps, or again, Iron Defense, Body Press, and Trick Room, which once more would probably be enough to finish off the remainder of the team. She brings in something else. Do we have what it takes to play around that? I'm not seeing anything that we just straight up can't switch in on. Might not even want Air Balloon on Sparta. Avalug will be going for Earthquake. How high is its attack again? I can never remember this thing. 117 base attack is pretty impressive. Yeah, 117 base attack is pretty impressive. I don't think there are any other problematic abilities as long as I make sure not to like use a grass move into Go-Go. Avalug, it might be best to handle with Bolton Phelps. Point we would be fully boosted. Yeah, I don't think this should pose any crazy issues. I think Rika is actually the hardest one to plan around, and then just making sure that we have a couple of extra mints or buffing whichever of Bolton Phelps's defensive stats is more important. Especially because the only Pokemon in this entire thing that has even a chance of underspeeding us is Gita's Avalug. Yeah, everything else in this thing is a lot faster than a Slowbro. Even like Tropius and Dragalge. That's just how slow Slowbro is. Okay, I think we're good to go with all of the bits and bobs that we need. Let's look at held items real quick. Swap the leftovers onto Sparta, who can also go ahead and relearn Trailblaze. And as much as I hesitate with it, let's go ahead and have you relearn Close Combat. There could come a situation where that's the best option for us, is to just have Sparta wreck someone. These four should be able to handle... Hey Steve, welcome to the stream. Oh, it's actually that late. We've been planning out stuff for the Elite Four. We can probably do at least one member of the Elite Four, just as a bit of a get hyped moment, because we've only had 2 serious battles so far today. You're carrying Wide Lens, you got your Monocle Mimi. You've got your Assault Vest in case we need to switch you in on Camerupt. Got a leftovers, because why not? You have a citrus berry for the same reason. Leftovers, loaded dice, bullet seed. Okay. I think we've got... Oh. I just misclicked and almost led the wrong Pokemon. I think we've got everything we need to start taking on the Elite Four. So what I'm gonna say... Yeah. We'll do one battle as a bit of a teaser. Or maybe I'll just decide to plow through the rest of them. Go ahead and hide that. We are a little under level, but that's a conscious decision because, well, I really don't feel like over-leveling any of our team during this, and this is a lot of XP incoming. Love how they make a point of making this as awkward as possible by sticking you in the middle of the room with that chair, and with a large gap between you and the desk. How did you get here? Came by flying taxi. The school. So in this game, it's Uva, not Naranja. Yeah, so if I over level, it's not an issue once we actually enter the Elite Four for purposes of this level cap, but there are several matches after this that have their own level caps, and if we exceed those, then we won't be able to use Pokemon in them. As far as the gym that gave me the most difficulty, it was definitely Lavincia, which frustrates me because I really dislike Iono. Uses electric. And her stupid Miss Magius. Fire Croc Pokemon. I want to become even stronger. Apparently, if you answer differently on that question the second time, you get kicked out. I really want to answer no, but I'm pretty sure I did that on my first playthrough already.
Okay. Items and movesets chosen for this battle. I think we're good to go. Down the little hallway and into the Elite Four arena. Let's do this. So we can't leave once we've entered here, but we can save and quit out between battles if we need to. That said, let's see how this goes. Rika, Master of Ground types. Well, let's see. Now the big trouble. Okay, we're gonna finish this in one because we're guaranteed to hit 4 times with loaded dice. So it all really depends on what comes in second. If it's Dawn Fan, then we're pretty well sorted. It's Camerupt. Okay. Run outspeed is probably going for Fire Blast. A U-turn out of there. A little bit of chip damage, because that could actually help Showerhead when we come in. So we should resist, and we are wearing the Assault Vest. Oh, it's going for Yawn. That is the other possibility. However, Liquidation should be a one-shot, and once this thing's down, we should be good to go against the remainder of the team. We shouldn't need Showerhead again. And it's done. I'm gonna go into Mimi. Actually, this is a dumb decision. Why am I going into Mimi? This is gonna break my disguise. Yeah, no, going into Mimi was the wrong call, because if we miss a Will-O-Wisp, Mimi dies, and Mimi is very important. Oh, but pivoting through Mimi does bait Ironhead. So I guess that works. We come in on a resisting move instead of Earthquake. Yeah, that should be good. Probably actually heal all of that with leftovers. Not quite. So now thinking about damage, Earthquake is slightly less than twice the power of Ironhead. But Ironhead is resisted, so it's actually slightly less than 4 times the power of Ironhead into both films. Should be able to take it pretty well. Oh yeah, that was a crit, we're good. Even multiple crits can't bring us down as long as we heal at the right times. So this will get us back to full. Iron Defense number 2. Well, now they're going for Stone Edge to fish for crits. Kind of impressed that the AI can come up with a crit fishing strategy, but I won't really question it. This is a pretty good scenario for us.
Maybe they're just picking their moves at random at this point. They're all pretty low damage. Still, we've taken out the first 2 Pokemon on her team. Set up Trick Room. I should have used Body Press before setting up Trick Room because this thing actually has Sturdy. Oh well. This is turn 3 out of 5 with Trick Room. Doug Trio is probably going to go for Sucker Punch. Even a crit shouldn't kill us at this range. It didn't go for Sucker Punch. I guess it wanted to set up Sandstorm? That's turn 4 with Trick Room. Luckily, Clodsire literally shouldn't be able to one-shot us with anything. Clodsire really doesn't threaten us. And she's actually terrestrializing out of her fighting resistance, which means that Body Press will do neutral damage here. You know, it did just occur to me that Clodsire might have a chance to underspeed us. I was gonna say. I can't remember if we get healed in between battles. Fun fact, this is the only Elite Four in all of Pokemon that can't be rematched. You battle them once and then never again. I think like 1 or 2 of them might show up in the post-game tournament that I never played in Pokemon Scarlet. Okay, battle number 2, that was pretty quick. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to be going to the gym, but I think I can get through a couple more. Okay. Let's look at our team. So that was Rika taken care of. Oh, and next is Poppy. Real quick, Mimi, you're up first. You literally have one role in this, and that is to fire off a single Will-O-Wisp. So yeah, please don't miss that Will-O-Wisp. As far as our team goes, the ones in the back genuinely don't matter. I really don't think there's any way we can lose this, even if Mimi misses that Will-O-Wisp. Because Caparajah does struggle pretty hard with Bolt Phelps. And Bolt Phelps has obscene defenses. I think it would take multiple high horsepower crits in a row, and even that might not be enough. Maybe play rough crits, since that gets the sheer force boost. Yeah, I think it would take multiple play rough boosts in a row to potentially break through me, which I could somewhat deal with if I'm playing it smart. Like, there's very little chance of anything going wrong here. The only thing is, I do want to go ahead and use a couple of ethers. Some on body press. Slack off. And trick room. So once again, we do want to use trick room here. We'll probably have to stall at some point partway through the match to reset trick room to make sure we're underspeeding Tinkaton. But even if we didn't, that really shouldn't be an issue. So now, as far as who else to bring into the match, who is the farthest from leveling? So we can spread out our experience. Obviously, we're keeping Showerhead around. We keep Sparta around. That's probably just a good call in general here. Devin Corny. We can swap out Tom and Jerry for North and South. But yeah. There's really nothing else that's going to affect this. Poppy is a piece of cake for just Slowbro. Slowbro solos this. We're giving ourselves a slight edge by opening with Will-O-Wisp. The fact that she has that massive key hanging around her neck but doesn't have a clef key is ridiculous. Like, I get that they were going for variety type-wise, but still, come on. Anyway, Will-O-Wisp, hopefully we don't miss, didn't miss. It's gonna be going for Heavy Slam. That is far and above the best move here. Yeah. I suppose there was a slight chance that it was hard-coded for Stealth Rock turn 1, but even that wouldn't have been an issue. Bolt Phelps, you come in. And we are kinda sort of on a timer. And that Will-O-Wisp could hypothetically kill this thing. But it takes 16 turns for Will-O-Wisp to kill. Potentially 17 if it's... Play Rough is its strongest weakness. Potentially 17... if its HP is an odd sound. Oh heck. I just realized something. Okay, we can still deal with this, but I'm not going to bother actually killing it. Or I'm not actually going to bother getting fully set up against this thing. We'll have to set up against the Bronze Zombie and that. This is going to bring in Magnezone, who I just realized has the Sturdy ability.
And had I thought this through better, I could have dealt with that, but as it is, we're gonna have to improvise a bit here. North and south, you're in. Let's see how much damage Thunderbolt is doing into this thing. Probably not much after that light screen. We're gonna do the chip damage we can before Volt switching out. Potential crit would be helpful here for us, but now we're in crit range, so we can't stay in. Time to Volt switch out. Okay, so this is the moment where this gets risky, because now we've got to go into Corny for resisting discharge. If we get paralyzed, we could be in trouble. We're probably going to. Okay. That was a resisted discharge, which is slightly lower power than Flash Cannon. Oh, no, same power as Flash Cannon. So Flash Cannon would do twice that, which would definitely kill. So we can't stay in. Ooh, big brain though, because it's... Oh, yeah, it's got to be going for Flash Cannon. Discharge won't kill. Flash Cannon will. That's a no-brainer. It could be going for Light Screen again, but that doesn't make a difference. We can take a Flash Cannon, especially because we've got Assault Vest, and now we use Dig. Which is quad effective into this thing. It's probably going to be Corvette Knight, yep. And this thing should go for Brave Bird, because it's gotta see the kill from this range. Body Press might also be a kill, but I'm going to play the odds. It doesn't matter. Both end in the same, outcome. Okay. So we need to stall for a second here before we can start setting up Iron Defense. Play it safe, we slack off this turn. That'll put us into high enough health that I think should be safe to even 2 straight critical hit Brave Birds with leftovers recovery. Oh, and they're going for Iron Defense, and we're going for Iron Defense. See, now this is more dangerous because if their Body Press crits into us at +6 defense, it could actually kill here. I don't think it does, but it could. Oh, and instead you're just going for Brave Bird? Really? Is that your play right now? I feel like this should be Iron Defense Force. Iron Defense number 3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is somewhat similar to the Metapod fight back in Season 1 of the anime, but at the same time, there's actually a purpose. Their best bet for breaking through me without switching, which the AI doesn't do, is setting up 3 iron defenses and then fishing for a crit with body press. Okay, Trick Room. Even if they crit here, yeah, even if they crit there, we would have been fine. I'm legitimately so glad that I noticed that Magnezone had Sturdy, because I had no plan for what was in the back of the team. That didn't involve both themselves. Oh, that's right, you've got Iron Defense set up. Yeah, so also their iron defenses would protect them from us unless we crit. So this is turn 3 of Trick Room, which means we have 2 turns left. If we one-shot the Bronzong next, then we should be good, because Tinkaton isn't actually all that bulky. Just, you know, crushing them with our belly. With the belly. Your last Pokemon will not turn things around because you are about to terrestrialize into a fighting type weakness. What in the world are you doing? The only move you should be clicking here is Stone Edge praying for a crit. That is your only option. And even then, you would have to survive a +6 body press. Okay. Poppy is down. I repeat, Poppy is down. I will say, Bolt Phelps is carrying this team hard. I wonder if Poppy is, like, literally Larry's daughter. I could see that, actually. Like, just looking at them. Okay, it's basically just the hair color. But, hypothetically possible, like, you know, one bring your daughter to work day, he brought Poppy, and she, like, skunked an Elite Four member or something. Okay. This is one of the trickier battles. But I do have a plan. So Devin Corny. Gonna leave you. With... I have a Dragon Resist Berry, right? Pasho, Ice, Poison, Rock, Dragon, Habanberry. Okay, that Habanberry will let us take a Dragon Pulse from Tropius in the lead. That will give us a turn to set up Dragon Dance. acrobatics. Change moves. Do you have Baton Pass? No, but you can learn Baton Pass by TM. Which could be useful if we pass into a physical attacker. Okay. Next thing to consider, what are you carrying, Mimi? I'll just go with Shadow Sneak in your lead slot. No real point in having Will-O-Wisp on Mimi. So there are several ways this battle could go, but they all end in one of a few Pokemon setting up for a sweep. You have leftovers, good. Gonna drop close combat for something that'll be neutral into a couple more of these. I think Iron Head is the way to go here. Drop close combat for Iron Head. That'll give us a neutral hit into the stuff in the back, because funnily enough, there is a chance here that we set up a sweep with our fighting type. But it all kind of depends. That only happens if manage to get a Scarf onto Staraptor by way of Thief. Yeah. Oh yeah. You need... You know what? We're just gonna keep this straight elixir. We're just gonna keep that nice and simple. You need to relearn acrobatics. In place of... I'm thinking Phantom Force. You get to relearn Ice Beam. And Calm Mind. You definitely have the least reliable option here, which is why we're gonna go ahead and give you a mint to make you a bit more specially bulky.
calm. Oh, and we're leaning so heavily on Bolton Phelps here. I'm actually a little bit worried. But I think that should be good for this match. Is there anyone on this team that I don't anticipate using? Technically Showerhead, but Showerhead is helping by soaking up a bunch of extra XP. Seriously though, how is this guy supposed to be normal? He has square eyes. Like his irises and his irises are square, his pupils are hexagons. Okay. Turn 1, this thing will either go for Dragon Pulse or Sunny Day, depending on whether it decides to prioritize speed control or damage. We set up a Dragon Dance. It goes for Sunny Day. So to be on the safe side, we're going to set up a second Dragon Dance. Because I didn't know if we would outspeed here, and since we did, our acrobatics would have been at half power, which could have caused an issue. Why are you going for Air Slash? What is wrong with you? I should have gone for Dragon Darts there. I wasn't thinking. His stupidity caused my stupidity. Dragon Darts would have been a solid one-shot at that level. Okay, Altaria is coming in next. Which means it's either going to be Dragon Pulse, Moon Blast, or Ice Beam. But it doesn't matter because of who I am baton passing to. Actually, it doesn't even matter with who I'm baton passing to. All of these moves are resisted, we don't have an issue there. We're gonna Volt Switch out as it goes for Flamethrower. We don't actually want our speed boost going to who we switch into here. Because now it's Bolt Phelps. Really are picking some questionable moves. I probably could have just swept through the remainder of the team with Dragon Darts. Should have. Anyway. Calm Mind. Let's see how much Dragon Force is doing. It's not doing a bad amount, but even that with a crit is less than half. Which means as long as we stay above half health, we're good. Imagine how this would look if the character was doing all this in real time. As in how the battle would look if all of this battling was happening like the anime, or how it would look if I was doing all of this narration describing their exact moves to them before they make them. Because both of those would be interesting, but in completely different ways. Calm Mind number 3. Oh, all of this stat buff moves. Stat buffs are used a little bit in like the anime and stuff, but they're pretty rare. Yeah. If we took 2 crits right now, we would be dead. That's why I'm using slack off at this point. 2 crits in a row there would have killed us, and there's no reason to be anything less than cautious. Oh, using all of those TMs. Funnily enough, it took them a long time, but I do actually remember when they effectively introduced TMs into the Pokemon anime. Because it was back in the Black and White series. At that point, they started having a lot of Pokemon show up with moves that they hadn't known previously, and had distinctly different movesets from one match to the next. And there were a lot of moves that you can only learn by TM. Yeah, hold on a sec. Let me just slap this disc into my Pokemon's face and make it learn a couple of new moves. Yeah, just taking care of that stuff. Yeah, it really stood out when Ash's Crocodile, I think it was, spontaneously had the move Aerial Ace. That was a bit of a surprise. I think there was at least one other one, like this Palpitoad, a few others, where they were pulling out moves that they can only learn from TMs and that they'd never used previously. And that was right after, at the start of one episode, they made a big deal of all of the group visiting these stalls with like lots of items specifically for Pokemon, battle items and stuff. Oh, I am worried about Bolt Phelps over-leveling. That said, Mimi solos this, pretty much completely solos this next matchup, so we should be able to box Bolt Phelps for that one. See, we are the fastest Pokemon. But even so, I really don't think there's much chance that Bolt Phelps doesn't overlevel for at least one of the 63 level cap battles. I don't think we should need it going into... I don't think we should need him going into, Penny. Yeah, I should have kept Bolt Phelps at a lower level here. Yeah, go ahead and terrastalize. Now, what I really should have done here is forced the whole, forced a different setup by just killing Altario's Dragon Darts and making him bring out either Oricorio or Staraptor. Well, we named Bolt Phelps after the fastest water person on Earth and the fastest land person, so I guess it makes sense that we're outspeeding everything. That's it. Michael Phelps and Usain Bolt both used Trick Room strats. Calling it. Call the media. Light them up on Twitter. Everything. They used Trick Room strats. I've cracked it.
Alright. 3 out of 4. And we are definitely boxing you. Tom and Jerry, you can come onto the team for this one. And since Sparta is actually pretty important into the next one, I think I'll bring on Chain Chomp to soak up some of the XP. Just because, again, we're struggling so hard with, oh. We're struggling so hard with dealing with some of these things. So yeah, North and South should easily handle Dragalge using oh wait, but I did have a plan for Sparta into this one. Hold up. Sorry, Sparta, you do have to take part. Which probably means switching Chain Chomp back out. Yeah, I remember the strategy here. Let's double check and make sure we've got the right moveset. We got Terra Blast. Let's go ahead and reorder these more favorable way. Okay, we've got Terra Blast for Terra Fairy moves that are fully accurate, unlike Play Rough. We've got North and South with Assault Vest to easily tank hits from Dragalge when it comes out, which will probably be the second Pokemon. Yeah, it'll either be Dragalge or Haxorus with Iron Head. Haxorus might actually be the second. Oh, and you can relearn Taunt, I think. Yeah, that's probably best. Yeah. This is it. This is my strategy. Sparta is only here for the purpose of pivoting. Anyway. I Noivern. Plot twist, you're about to get outsped. I suppose I am putting all of my money on little me outspeeding Noivern with a choice scarf equipped, but I'm confident. Okay, and as expected, Dragalge is up next. It's going to be using Sludge Bomb to bring in North-South. Especially with Assault Vest, North-South takes close to nothing from anything this thing does.
just need to break it apart with Flash. Fun physics does movement to us. We're still gonna KO. He does really struggle with steel types, so his best Pokemon into this is probably Haxorus with Crunch. I'm guessing Haxorus comes out next. Yeah, so it should be using Crunch. Meaning we switch to Sparta. Take the Crunch and bait Dragon Claw. It should give Mimi the free switch in. Thank you, AI, for actually behaving. And now it's back to a Terra Blast sweep. I'm pretty sure we naturally outspeed the rest of them, so the speed buff from Choice Scarf probably doesn't matter, but I mean, it's not like there's anything we can do about it, and we absolutely need it to outspeed Noivern. There's no world in which he outspeeds Noivern without either perfect EV training, well, extremely thorough EV training, or what should I call it? Extremely thorough EV training, or that thing having like a brave nature and zero IVs, or the Choice Scarf, which we currently have. And yeah, the reason that I wanted Mimi's disguise intact at this point was because there was a chance that we didn't one-shot with Terra Blast, because Baxcalibur is actually just disgusting. Oh. I really do like Baxcalibur. It's a great design. Like, it'll never be as competitively viable as a lot of the other pseudo-legendary dragon types, but and I think my Terra Orb gets recharged after every battle, but I could be wrong. Electric vehicles. Yeah, so I got fully healed. I want to check this.
I'm pretty sure the Terra Orb gets recharged, especially since I'm pretty sure my team just got a full heal. Yeah, my team did just get a full heal. Now, we may have to remix the plans for Champion Gita. Because, unfortunately, we aren't exactly in the ideal spot. If we take either of these two... If we take Mimi or Bolton Phelps into that battle, they will overlevel. Which would end with having them evolve, or having them inaccessible for the next couple of fights, which is really dangerous. That said, I think we still have ways to play around this. Yeah, I want to do it with these 4 because, or with these 6, because if I don't, we're gonna be pushing too hard on the level cap and we're probably going to overlevel. I should have given myself more room, honestly. That said, let's take a look at this. There's just no way to set up against a Spothra, so we can throw that idea out right away. We need to just kill her as fast as possible. And I'm thinking the way to do that is to lead Tom and Jerry. Change up the moveset real quick. Bullet Seed for Population Bomb. But we're probably just going to U-turn out of there for some nice solid damage. We're gonna lead Tom and Jerry and probably just U-turn out for some nice solid damage. We could also potentially use Beat Up and hope for the KO, but I don't think that's likely to work out, sadly. Chain Chomp for the moment. We'll also stick a Citrus Berry on you. And Showerhead. You get a Focus Sash. So yeah, I'm thinking our play here is to try and get Avalugg out as soon as we possibly can. Which should still be by using North and South to bait it in. Yeah, North and South will bait that thing in. It'll use it'll try and use Earthquake. We pivot into Chain Chomp, who will be holding an air balloon. And that should bait Crunch, which will be the safest switch in for Sparta. Now Sparta... We're going to shake this up a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and teach Sparta Iron Defense in place of Iron Head. Do we have a TM for Sword Stance? I can't remember. If we do, we'll be setting up with that. You know what? I don't think I ever crafted a second one. Okay, but we are going to open up with an Iron Defense setup, because what we really need is a lot of boosts early on. Oh, I also just realized I've still got the music turned down low that I used for my little bit at the Clive review. Yeah, lead Tom and Jerry, U-turn for some solid damage to speed things up against Espathra. We're actually going to change held item on North and South, though. As much as I would like the Assault Vest for the extra durability, we really can't afford to have our stats cut. So instead, we're going with Clear Amulet or Covert Cloak. There are no pure stat-cutting moves, so Covert Cloak covers a slightly wider range of potential scenarios. Dev and Corny. I definitely want Phantom Force. Oh, wait. And U-turn. I forgot that Dev and Corny can also learn U-turn. So since Dev and Corny's physical attack is higher than Tom and Jerry's, we're gonna lead Dev and Corny into this. And in a brilliant twist move, we are also going to go ahead and give Dev and Corny a Mirror Herb. For reasons that I hope won't actually come up. Never stream this late on a weeknight, but we were at such an opportune moment. We were at such an opportune point. Dev and Corny, how close are you to leveling up? Just a couple of thousand. We're gonna also level up. 2 smalls. And I think 3 extra smalls. That just barely puts us past the level. Oh. Welcome back, Syndifate. Yeah, we haven't lost anyone. However, these two are already pushing the level cap for Arvin and Penny. which means I'm going to not take them into the champion, because I feel like they'll be more critical into there. That said, I think we have a very workable strategy. I just realized I probably shouldn't have used those candies just now. Using candies while I'm in here is a bit iffy rules-wise. Why is Poppy up here? I think that's her name, Poppy? Yeah. Why was Poppy just standing there? I'm so confused. She was downstairs. Is this a glitch? Hang on. This isn't the first time that something like this has happened, but it's the first time that it's been a character. Poppy is spectating us. She's T-posing, yeah. Okay, I shouldn't have used any candies while I was in here. The thing is, I don't think it actually matters. Dragapult is only in for literally one turn if things go according to plan. Okay, now right off the bat, you turn out. Should do a good bit of damage, which will help. Please stop commentating on my battles. I'm a much better trainer than you will ever be. Here's the thing. I wouldn't actually say she's the worst. I know that's a controversial opinion. I actually like her team. She has some pretty dangerous Pokemon on here, apart from Go-Goat. That's pretty much the thing, apart from Go-Goat. Poppy, please return to the customer service area. Your parents are looking for you. Nice. But yeah. Several of her Pokemon are very frightening. The fact that her ace is a rock type... Oh yeah, she is floating. To be fair, I question that less than the fact that she is here at all. We take the Luna Crash. But don't take much damage and don't get her special defense coverage. Could have probably not actually influenced the decision. Yeah, the fact that her ace is a rock type is a bit of a letdown, but Espathra, Veluza, Kingambit, all very dangerous Pokemon. And even Avalugg could be a lot worse. And I honestly absolutely love Clamora, so... But yeah, it's most likely going for Earthquake. Even if it goes for Body Press, I'm not too worried with the switch into Spark. We could have Volt Switched on the way out, but I actually don't want to risk KOing this thing, because it's by far my best option for setup. Okay, so that took me down from 175 to about 115, so about 60 damage. We set up an Iron Defense. This should be down to about 30 damage. Oh, except it's going for Body Press now. Yeah, we want to give ourselves the space to get off a couple of trailblazers into this thing on its way out. And luckily, it cannot crit against us. So yeah, it is still doing slightly more damage than we're recovering with leftovers, but thanks to our battle armor, we can't be crit, which means we have the time we need to set up a few bulk ups. I think I'm going to try for 4 bulk ups. I do wish that I had taught Sparta Sword Stance. I just don't think the AI knows what it's doing at this point. We got maxed out defense, so we're taking as little damage as we can. Which is still more than we're healing, but... especially since Veluza still can't crit with Aqua Jet. We should be good. Okay, I think that's enough. We're at +4 attack, +6 defense. We need to make sure we stay out of Aqua Jet range. Margins on the sweep are actually a bit more narrow than I thought, but we can still do it. I probably should have only gone for 2 bulk ups. And now, Terrasilize. Double speed and leaving the outspeeding for Veluza, which I think might be her fastest Pokemon left after a Spafra. You know, come to think of it, this isn't the fastest team. That's probably his biggest weakness. How fast is Gilmora? Never checked his base stats. Only 86. I know King Gambit is pretty slow. Base 15. Is Go-Go actually her second fastest Pokemon? No, Go-Go is slower than I thought. Insult to injury. And the fact that she sent out Go-Go before Veluza, or no wait, did she send out Veluza first? Oh, I'm so confused. Does she still have Veluza? I can't. Okay, she still has Veluza. For some reason I drew a blank on part of the battle there. But the fact that she's leading these Pokemon rather than Veluza means that we get to be a little bit more safely out of Aqua Jet range, which I realize doesn't matter. Aqua Jet should literally be close to nothing against us. But whatever. Oh, except Mold Breaker means it could hypothetically crit. Dang, that is actually terrifying. I didn't think of that before. Luckily, since we're out of Aqua Jet range, we can go for it instead of for something that would be more damaging without a crit. That's the one really nice redeeming factor of the AI in these games. They don't know how to consider the possibility that they might crit. Oh, I do love Limit and Glamora. They're so cute. It's a little spark. Here we go. And there we went. If there's one big complaint I actually have, it's the fact that they always save their ace codes. Oh, and just like that, Sparta is no longer legal for the next couple of battles. We had to overlevel someone, and I think Sparta was probably maybe the right call. I'm gonna need to take a couple of days and do some planning for Arvin and Penny, because we are going to be short a couple of team members in at least a couple of those fights. We literally can't bring our whole team into those. We will overlevel. There we are. We've achieved the champion rank, but we still have the four highest level battles. Yeah, it would be kind of cool if she used Terra Flying or something instead. But genuinely, I just think they need to allow the AI to decide when to bring their Pokemon out. Like, I don't really want to go with ROM hacks and their absolutely cracked AI. Mainly because I just prefer to build the challenge myself, but I wish that they would make the AI a little bit smarter. Yeah, Nimona is a level cap of 66, which I honestly think we could keep our entire team from over-leveling on, even if we used all of them. That being said, we're waiting in Mesagosa's Central Plaza. So one thing, very important. Yeah, I just wish they wouldn't lock the AI into strictly detrimental choices, because the fact that I don't really want the AI to be designed smarter than humans, because that's totally possible. You could absolutely run an AI that looks at the odds and figures out what is statistically the best option every single stinking time. Nimona looks like the most fashionable UPS driver ever. Nice. Yeah, so Sparta, congrats, you get to be boxed. The AI could absolutely be designed to look at the odds and pick the best move every single time. I don't necessarily want that. I would rather it felt a little bit like a person. But just stop making them save their best Pokemon until the very end, always. Like, make it hit and miss. Because Glamora's ability is straight up useless if it is close to useless if it's the last Pokemon out. Most of the switching in the battle happens before that, meaning Toxic Debris will barely, if at all, affect the match. Things like that. Okay. People. One thing to be aware of. We cannot enter Mesagoza Central Plaza until we're ready for the Nemona fight. Because Nemona... I think part of the reason I don't mind Gita as much as other people is actually just that I consider the last Nemona fight to be the true champion fight in this game. But with all of that said, let's see. I know where we're going to finish up this stream. You think you know why? Yeah, Cynthia's ace isn't necessarily her final Pokemon to come out. She regularly brings in Garchomp earlier than normal. Yeah, even the gimmicks thing doesn't necessarily apply because if you use like Roar or some similar tactic to force their ace out, they will terastalize at the very first moment. It's more just a showmanship thing. They want it to be the final challenge of the match when it might not even be the hardest Pokemon. It's certainly going to be the Pokemon that we've had the most opportunity to set up for, generally. Well, like, seriously, you take a look at this and... yeah, I mean, they terastallized their last Pokemon, but like I was saying, if you force their ace out early, they'll terastallize it at the first opportunity. That's how it's coded in the game. They'll terastallize it the first turn it's out, always. So why not let the AI decide when the first turn to bring it out is? That would actually make these battles a lot harder. That's my issue here. I don't necessarily think that every champion has to be terrifying. Like, Gita has her hard points, the same as any other champion, except maybe Diantha. But no, even Diantha has some hard points. It can be difficult to set up against her Hawlucha. And you literally just can't set up a special Pokemon against Opportunist Espathra. Like, there are challenges in the match. It would just be really nice if they would give the AI a little bit more freedom to allow it to make smart decisions. That would make it a bit harder. The fact that they can't, on their own power, bring out their best Pokemon early takes out a massive variable in the challenge of the match and in planning out what will happen each turn. You're off, Cinderfae. Thanks for hanging out. I'll probably only be on for a few more minutes, but later. All of that taken care of, we only have a few more battles. Let's just take a quick scan over them. Yeah, hi, Citadel. Citadel is just a nice, cute little round lad. Penny. Arvin. These are the two that we need to plan for at this point. Because once again, they share a level cap. Of 63. and we cannot bring our whole team into them. We literally can't even bring one of our Pokemon into them. Some unique interactions. Yeah, it would be kind of cool. Yeah. Between them, Penny is the easier of the two generally, because evolutions don't actually have the highest base stat total. I think they've all got the same base stat total. 525. And we'll check Sylveon, because who knows, they may have just arbitrarily decided to buff it. Yes, I'll have to fight Umbreon. I don't like doing it, but it is necessary. Are you still packing Pixelate? Yes, you are. Or, wait, that's a hidden ability. I thought it was your standard ability. Anyway, they're all running 525 base stats, which isn't that insane. It doesn't push them into the upper echelons of all fully evolved Pokemon, at the very least. Like, they're all decent, but they tend to be either very frail or very passive. That's the trade-off. So, for example, if we can find a way to set up safely on Umbreon, which is an extremely passive Pokemon, then we just get to massacre this person. That said, I actually feel like a couple of the others might potentially turn out to be easier to set up with, especially if we want to go with like a Dreepy or a Dragapult sweep, which might be our best option. Arven is a good bit harder. His team has varying profiles. Some truly terrifying team members like Skill Link Cloyster and Putrefying Salt Garnackle, or Purifying Salt Garnackle, which are both just scary. Even Mabostiff with Intimidate can cause problems. Arven is unironically one of the strongest trainers in the game. One of the hardest battles, one of the strongest trainers. He is probably harder than Nita, despite having a relatively simple team. And the fact that we have to do him without a fighting type, which 4 team members of his are weak to, is annoying. So yeah, those two are going to be really tricky. I expect we will be able to finish this, or white, on one of the two, on Friday when we come back to this. I don't think that it will take longer than that to clear this. Definitely finish by... definitely, if we don't finish them, we'll finish on Saturday. Or, again, we could wipe. But yeah, I'm going to give this some thought, because these are actually going to be a couple of trickier battles to plan for. It'll all depend on what we feel we can set up on, and then what we can bait in. It's going to be a challenge. That's the long and short of it. So yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming to hang out. And supporting this. I'm gonna see if there's anyone to raid. Yeah, there isn't. So we're gonna call it there. And that'll be it for tonight. Thanks so much for helping out, for stopping by. Bye, Lastborn Child. Bye, Steve. Bye, Cinderfay. Bye, Bread Gun. All y'alls. Appreciate ya. I hope to see you next time. Later, folks.